Good evening.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. This is the December 14th, 2023 regular meeting of the Wrestling Association Board of Directors. I'm going to ask Director Flashman, help me out again. How do we wish, tonight's the last night of Hanukkah, and how do we greet people with that? Your mic.
Chag Sameach.
I'm not saying that right. To all of those who observe Hanukkah, and Happy New Year, and Merry Christmas, and Happy Kwanzaa, and am I leaving out a holiday? Hope not. If I did, it was inadvertent. So, I want to do that now because God knows when our meeting will end, and, how few people will be tuned in by that time. Our counsel, Anthony Champ, is really seriously ill. He's at home, but he's not able even to join us remotely. So there are some conversations that we will not be able to pursue to conclusion in his absence. We are also joined remotely by Director Perry and Director Dodd, but we still have the full board here. I know that a fair number of people have an interest in the question regarding Barton Hills. It is my understanding that the majority of the board is not likely to want to take action on Barton Hills tonight, but we did promise that we would have a presentation tonight on the results of the study, the noise study that was undertaken at the request of the Barton Hill community. And it would be my intention to go ahead and have that presentation made, and then to defer further consideration. We got a 48-page report on Friday, and I know that a number of the board members don't feel like they've had adequate time to review that report, and I think that it will be the right approach unless there's an objection from some member when I set the agenda. So those of you who have come out to speak to the Barton Hills question know that we're going to listen to the noise study tonight. And so if that changes how much energy you want to put forward during member comments, I encourage you to think about that. Because otherwise we're going to have a very long meeting. Tonight we do the evaluation of our general counsel, the evaluation of our CEO, both of those are done in executive session, and a number of other items in executive session. So once we go into executive session, it may be January before you see us again. So that's, I'm trying to shorten it so that we can get home before New Year's Eve. With that, I'm going to ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with a couple of changes. That was, with the agenda as posted with a couple of changes. I understand there's questions about the minutes of November 16th and November 20th. Is that right, Mr. Flashman? So I'm going to ask unanimous consent to postpone those over to the January meeting. Hearing and seeing no objection, so ordered. Brittany? I also understand there's some questions about the members' rights resolution. One member would like to have a further conversation of that, take it off the consent agenda. Again, due to the length of this evening's agenda, I'd like to push that over and put it on the regular agenda for the January meeting. Unless there's an objection. Is there any objection? I'm sorry, Director Perry, you had your hand up.
I do not have an objection. I just have a motion to amend the agenda. So let me know when you're ready for that, sir.
Yep. So coming back to the motion to adopt the agenda. Okay, the next item I have to take off the agenda is the fourth quarter secretary update. I'll discuss the matter with Secretary Johnson. There are a number of items that can come off that because they've been completed. As many as 30 of the items on that list have been completed. Is this, Ms. Copeland, do you produce this with Director Secretary Johnson?
Yes.
Can I ask, if there's no objection, I'm going to defer that to the January meeting? No objection, I see, so that goes. And in the meantime, can you send me a Word version of that document so that I can highlight it, redline it for Secretary Johnson? Okay. Let's see what else. I'll also like to, once again, defer item P to the January meeting. That's the Board Operations and Governance Committee item. And item R, the lessons learned item, defer both of those to the January meeting. And to eliminate the consultation with counsel and executive session from the agenda. And I need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. And I'll come back to you, I'll come back to you, Director Perry. I need a motion to adopt the agenda as modified.
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Director Perry, you have a further amendment.
I move to amend the agenda to renumber item M, like Mary, as item K2 and make it an information-only presentation.
Hang on a minute. So you would have us take up the Barton Hills issue before executive session?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I would second that
Respectful of
motion.
other people's time.
Well, I do believe, okay, well, we're not going to act, so that's not a problem. I do believe there'll be a discussion in executive session of Barton Hills, but that's fine. So you want to put it after what item?
Okay.
Okay.
So after the website discussion and before executive session.
Yes, sir.
Is there objection to that amendment to the agenda? Hearing and seeing none, so ordered.
I have a motion. I'd like to defer discussion of item O, Land Use Committee, to the February board meeting.
February?
Yep. Given,
Second.
Can you take the gavel? I need to speak to in opposition to the motion. Go ahead. This is a motion.
okay? We haven't discussed this. We've had documentation, which was the description of the objective or purpose of the committee in our packages for 5 or 6 months, and we haven't discussed its contents at all. Last month, there were 2 additions that were made. One to update the procedure followed by the county to approve a project, and the second was to outline the functions of a land use committee relative to those projects. My first question is, what problem does this solve? And I don't want to get into that because I want to hear what other people have to say about this. I have my own views. This is not in opposition of the land use committee, but it is, we need to understand where we've been with land use, where we want to go, and how a land use committee is going to get us there.
Do you want to hear it?
I'm going to oppose this motion and ask all of the rest of you to oppose it also. And I oppose it for this reason. The site-specific plan amendments will go before the Planning Commission in March or April at the latest. I think the membership here expects RA to take positions regarding those amendments. If we are to have board approval of positions regarding those amendments, first we need to create a committee. Then we need to appoint people to that committee. Then we need to allow that committee time to meet and come up with recommendations to present for the board's consideration, and then for the board to adopt those recommendations and transmit those recommendations to the Planning Commission. I just gave you 5 steps. That says, in all likelihood, you're looking at least 4 months before we would be in a position to convey the board's positions regarding the site-specific plan amendments. We have already some policies in place, but if we were not if we were to continue this to January, never mind to February, we completely miss the opportunity to have input into the Planning Commission before the Planning Commission public hearing on those site-specific plan amendments. I believe what we can tonight, because Mr. Cummins and I agree on his proposal for the creation of the committee. I'm in agreement with him on that document. And we can adopt his recommendation this evening and come back in January and adopt a revised land use amendment number 1. But irrespective of that, however you come down on that, we can't kick this down the road for 3 months and take this association completely out of the opportunity to speak to the planning commission regarding, I think it's 8 site-specific plan amendments that will radically impact the people of this community. I can't justify that. And so I would ask my fellow board members to vote against the motion.
Okay.
Anyone
Others?
else want to speak to the motion? Joel?
Yes. Can we get a little bit of clarification with regards to the timeline that you mentioned? You said SSPA's March, and then Bob, Director Petrine, Treasurer Petrine is recommending February. So there seems to be, I'm a little bit concerned about the timing then. Can you explain what that entails?
I'm happy
What's the
to.
impact, please?
I'm happy to. So in order for us to have recommendations from the land use committee, first we have to establish it. And we establish that by resolution. Then we have to appoint people to serve on the committee. And we're not going to do that tonight. We've got to put out a call for volunteers. Then they would appear in front of the board operations committee, and then the board operations committee would make a recommendation to this full board on who to appoint to that committee. Okay, that's 2 months. Then you've got to give that committee time to deliberate and to seek out, as I've drafted it, or Mr. Champ has drafted it, to seek out input from the environmental committee, from DRB, from PAC, and from the staff on what the position of the association should be regarding those applications. Well, that's another month at least, and maybe 2. And then those recommendations would come back to this board for adoption. That's another month. So if you were to move from a standing start today, and again, this has been pending since July. Lots of folks have had an opportunity to give input on this, and we haven't heard anything. But it's been in front of this board since July. It's going to take 4 months from now in our normal process, for us to actually have something to say to the planning commission. So if we don't start working on this tonight, we could easily miss the opportunity to have influence on that process, which is why I don't want to defer tonight, especially not to February.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak?
I go back to how long will it take, and John has already identified 3 to 4 months, assuming that we get interested people that this is not a typical committee. This requires knowledge of zoning and design to be effective. We can comment on anything. There is another committee which has existed for decades, the Reston P&Z, which they do consider Reston Association membership and have recently in their deliberations. And it represents, sadly, too many people that are beholden to the developers, but they are knowledgeable of what is required in order to get a project passed by the county. So it is not, again, that I'm absolutely against the committee. I think the work of a committee can be facilitated with a working group to deal with these 8 specific cases, which have been in play. They haven't been acted upon, but have been in play since a year ago.
Anyone else want to speak to the motion? Joel?
I have one more question. This is just for clarification, so I understand this better. What do we lose if we postpone to say, January?
We'll lose another month.
I know the time, as far as the impact.
Well, we
With
may not,
SSPAs?
I think what John's point is, we may not make the deadline to be able, as a board, to give our input
Okay,
on the
that's what I
SSPA process.
So that's a good
I think I might just comment on the timing. There's a lot of potential roles and responsibilities that are being contemplated in creation of a land use committee and how it's constituted and who the membership are and all those other things. To answer the specific SSPA question, I think the time question is whether or not you all feel like you have to defer recommendation authority to a newly created committee, or if you want to take it on yourself. So our current process is we do that and bring something to you if you want to be in that business, because the committee doesn't exist right now. So whenever the board wants to take a position on a land use related matter, whether it's adopting speaking points on the recently adopted but previously proposed comp plan, we did that. I think actually at the time Sarah D'Souza put a lot together, but nonetheless, you acted on it as a board. That process could still happen if you wanted us to do that. So we do have land use advice on staff, and we could certainly coordinate ideas for you all, but it requires agenda time as well. So,
Required meeting time.
yes, right.
On 8 applications.
Right.
Right. Erwin?
Besides the SSBA issues, what other issues would the committee deal with?
As drafted, they would deal with zoning applications, rezoning applications, special exception applications, and any land use application. What it would not deal with, for clarity's sake, it would not deal with the negotiation of what, for shorthand, we call annexation agreements. That would be negotiated by the CEO and council. Annexation agreements being the terms under which a developer has their project join RA. Those would be negotiated, and that's how they are negotiated now, by the CEO and council, and then brought to us for ratification once the negotiations have been concluded. The Land Use Committee is not intended, or should not, get involved in the middle of that. This is, what are our recommendations on fundamentally zoning cases and things like zoning cases, not special exceptions, because abutters don't have a right to be involved in special exception, but in what I call, for lack of a better phrase, legislative acts. As to, if I might, the other committee that was previously referred to is not elected by anybody. The other committee that's previously is self-appointed, self-creating, self-perpetuating, and the leading voices on the committee have made it very clear that they do not see themselves of having any connection to RA, or any interest or any desire to pursue the policy positions that RA has adopted. They've made it very clear they're not going to do that. So if we want to have a voice that says all new housing needs to join RA, they're not going to do that. If we need to have a voice that says RA should be getting some profit money, they're not going to do that either. If we have a desire for non-covenanted land, that's the RCIG, to go through a consulting process with DRB, they're not going to do that either. And we've actually had a case go through that here in the last 6 months, and the developer was very happy with the process of getting consultation with the DRB. They had nothing but great things to say about it. That body, A, is unelected, doesn't represent the community, unlike this body, and doesn't have the same policy positions that this body has. So I'm not inclined to defer or to allow someone else to speak on behalf of the association. I can't imagine anybody on this board is. Thank you.
Okay, Trevor, and then I want to wrap this up because tonight, we're not talking about the merits we're just talking about whether we put it on the agenda.
Lori has her hand up, too.
Lori, I do see you. I'll come to you next, and then we're going to wrap it after that. Go ahead, Trevor.
Apologies, because it may venture down that road a little bit.
Sure.
But if a committee was established tonight but was not fully prepared to take on its duties for a variety of reasons, right? A condensed timeline, unable to staff certain positions on the committee, could we still have staff move forward with the recommendations to the board on how we want to approach this upcoming March? I didn't know if we approved certain resolutions, then we're hamstrung by the resolutions that we just approved.
So our committee process works that a committee isn't started really until we as a board appoint the people on that committee.
Fair enough.
And so we could approve a resolution and then sit for 6 months,
And you can't ask people to
Okay.
volunteer unless you have a committee.
Right, you cannot, that is true. But could we direct staff? Yes, as a body, we could direct staff to take up the SSPA process and come back with the recommendations. There's many ways that I've seen boards in the past do it. We have to be familiar with the SSPA cases, though, in order to even understand staff's recommendations. We could also take it up ourselves and listen to all of the merits of each case and make our own decisions. Lori?
I would agree with President Farrell that in opposition to this motion to defer until February, the discussion of whether this committee should be created, because that defer itself mean that the committee, there would be no committee prepared to make any input on these site-specific plan amendments. So I would oppose the motion to defer at this time. I think we need to undertake the discussion sooner rather than later.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor of deferring item O, Land Use Committee, to February, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
So I have Director Perry, Director Bertreen. All those opposed? Director Graywatch, Director Flashman, Director Johnson, Director Farrell, Director Mapar. So the motion does not carry.
Director Dodd.
Did I miss one? Oh, Director Dodd, I thought I saw that one. So the motion doesn't carry, and it remains on the agenda. I will pass the gavel back.
And with that, are we ready to adopt the agenda? All those in favor of adopting the agenda? Director Perry?
I'm sorry, I don't believe that my motion was accepted or not accepted.
It was accepted.
It was
without
accepted.
objection.
It was accepted without objection, ma'am.
Thank you, I'm sorry, thank you.
That's quite all right. Thank you for the clarification. With that being done, can I get a vote on the agenda? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That's Director Dodd, Director Perry, Director Grywich. I'm going to get it right one of these days, Trevor. Honest to God, I am. Director Flashman, Director Johnson, Director Mapar, Director Judge Chuck. I'm getting that right. Those opposed? Director Petrine. All right, agenda's adopted. The next item of business is member comments. Do we have any member comments?
Yes, we do. We have Rick Cassie.
Go ahead.
If you're online, please raise your hand.
John, did I change the order a little bit?
Mr. Roundtree, I'll be with you in a second.
Yeah, Rick's here, but we can save you a lot of time.
Okay. I'm happy to do that. Let me just lay down the ground rules. If you're called on, if you want to make a comment and you're called on, you have 3 minutes unless you're speaking on behalf of a cluster or other or similar organization, in which case you'll be given 5 minutes. When you are called on, we ask you to give your name and your address so that we can keep a record of who has spoken. Mr. Roundtree, we haven't been called on, but you have a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
What would that be?
Bill Roundtree, 1963, Barton Hill Road in Reston. And I'm the chairman of the Barton Hill Task Force, which you all know. Oh, sorry, Brittany. Is that okay now? Since you all have approved a motion to defer an actual decision until January, then what we would like to do in the Barton Hill community, because we've all signed up, is we would defer member comments. And we would save you, if I can get an agreement with the pickleball crowd, because it's Christmas time, we'd all like to go home, and none of us want to get sick either, but in any event, we would defer all of these comments, because there's no need to make them at this point in time. So myself, Rick Cassay, Laura David, and maybe Izza Santa, who's on Zoom, we would not comment tonight. And then perhaps we could save you a lot of time, and then we can pick it up in January for a decision meeting. And it would be great if we could advance the presentation portion of the Kimberly Horn report so that those of us who are here just for that could probably listen and then you guys can do your thing, and then we'll go home, and I can touch base with Peter later, and the pickleball guys can, if we have some technical information we need to get, we can get it between now and January.
Is anybody who signed up to talk to about Barton Hills happy to have their comment time deferred to the January meeting?
Rick can say yes, I'm happy to have it.
Does anybody object to? I was asking, does anybody?
When is the January meeting with clarification?
When?
What's the date of the January meeting?
Oh,
January 25th.
what do you think, John?
I'm asking, I mean, I can't force people to waive their member comments. They have to consent. They have to consent to having their member comment period carried over until January. I'm asking everybody who signed up on Barton Hills, if anybody objects to having their comment time deferred to January. If you object.
So they asked when the January meeting is.
Excuse me?
January 25th.
January 25th.
Answered, yeah.
Anybody who objects to having their comment period continue to the January 25th regular meeting? Hearing, seeing none, so ordered. Brittany, got that? Okay. Is there anybody who wants to address the board who doesn't want to talk about Barton Hills? I see Cassandra's iPad has the hand raised.
And there's one,
I'm sorry, who?
one in the audience.
Okay. And there's someone in the audience too? I'm sorry, I couldn't see you, sir. I beg your pardon. I'll come to you after we hear from Cassandra. Can you unmute yourself? Give us your name and
just did.
address.
11601 Vantage Hill Road, Reston.
You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Perfect. I sent on Monday the board of directors an email asking what they are going to do about the relax situation. Not a single member even acknowledged they received that email. Reached out to multiple people at Reston Association, finally tracked down somebody. She gave me an email address to do that. So I emailed them. They said, hands are tied, don't know what's going on. And then noticed there's a comment on the RA's website now saying, which comes across pretty tone deaf, I've got to say. It says that, we're working diligently to understand the full impact of this action. Being on RELAC is not necessarily a choice for many people. It's actually in the Reston bylaws that you need to be on that. So I'm just wondering, I don't see anything on your agenda, and your new business was at 9:55. How do you guys plan to address something that's in the bylaws of Reston and enforced by the DRB? And if you do anything, it's a violation. When do you plan to acknowledge that? Or is this, your hands are tied because it's an attorney's hands right now?
So, ma'am, I didn't catch your last name.
Anglam?
It's Abram. Let me explain. Anglam.
Yep.
Okay. Ma'am, our board agendas are fixed almost 10 days. When is Bach? It's about 10 days before our board meeting. The relock situation came up within the last 4 days?
Yes.
I think that's right. So,
Monday.
okay. So we haven't had the time to figure it out. And I'm sure you can understand it's going to take some analysis. I was going to bring it up under a new item to try and get some direction and advice. Our general counsel's not here tonight, so I expect that this will be an agenda item for the January meeting. And I'm sorry that if we weren't ignoring your email, and I read it, and I understand the concern and the impact that it could have on the community. But we're not going to be able to respond in 72 hours. We're going to need to take a look at the deed and what can be done to address the situation. So I'm terribly sorry for the anxiety it's causing all of the people at RELAC, but I hope you understand that it's not possible for us to react between the time the announcement was made and this evening.
I realize that. I think it comes across tone deaf is what I want to point out, because this is in the bylaws of Reston and it is enforced, and enforced to a penalty of if you do anything, if you put an air conditioning unit, if you put a compressor in, you're penalized by Reston Association. And that the stance that you guys said we're looking to see what the impact is kind of opposing, saying you have to be on this, we're going to violate you if you're not, but we don't realize there's 600 households on it. It's just.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's my 3 minutes is up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Sir, please give us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Michael Post. I live at 1155.
You pull the microphone closer. It should be green.
My name is Michael Post. I live at 11557 Maple Ridge Road. That's in Hickory Cluster. I'm speaking to you tonight as an individual, not as an official representative of any group. Longtime resident, Hickory Cluster homeowner. I'm a former director and president of Hickory Cluster Association with extensive DRB application development, review, decision, and enforcement experience, facilities management, technology consulting professional, active participant in the RELAC transition from Aqua, Virginia to the current owners, active advocate during the 2015 RELAC covenant referendum effort, and a very satisfied RELAC customer. The RELAC customer community is now facing a very real crisis, the loss of an absolutely essential service, especially as global warming, extreme temperatures increase. It is a crisis about which I have spoken at length during the past few days with RELAC President Mark Waddell, with Director Flashman here, with my HVAC contractor, and with other concerned neighbors. Assuming an RA-reported customer base of 600 residential and 25 commercial RELAC customers, and assuming a $15,000 expense for retrofitting each existing, modern, not older, chilled water HVAC system and related building construction, for which I have 2 written proposals already. We are facing a huge estimated collective expenditure of as much as $9.4 million for existing RELAC service alternatives. Many, if not most individual residents, especially RA members on fixed or otherwise limited incomes, cannot afford an unplanned $15,000 expense, and that may be conservative. And my Reston HVAC owner contractor indicated that it will be virtually impossible for local firms like his to estimate, design, procure, and retrofit hundreds of existing systems with only 5 months from now until a May 2024 cooling season start, even if homeowners can afford to do so. Surely there are other more viable options to effectively address the RELAC financial issues and continue RELAC system operation for a fraction of the $9.4 million expense and massive disruption caused by replacing it. As such, I strongly urge RA to become a part of a solution to this crisis by collaborating with all stakeholders to focus on viable options for preserving, rather than discarding, yet another threatened, unique, and critical Reston community asset. Thanks for your time and consideration. Look forward to the January meeting.
Sir, if you have proposals that you want the board to consider, I'd ask you to get them to the board as soon as possible so that we can circulate them and have the input of our staff and of our council. I'm not good at inventing stuff.
No, I appreciate that, and Director Flashman and I have spoken about that as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I see Katie Maines has her hand up. Ms. Maines, can we have your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Caitlin Manis. I am at 11611 Vantage Hill Road, Unit 21B in Reston. I'm just coming to here to, let you guys know that I'm also someone who's on RELAC and I'm concerned for the upcoming summer. So I just want to make sure that, add my name to the list of homeowners that's concerned about the upcoming summer with the sudden RELAC notification that they will not be servicing the AC in the area. That's really all I have. I just want to, I look forward to what we all come up with.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Tim Train?
Ms. Petrine, 3 minutes. And we have your address. think we know it.
Good evening, Tammy Petrine, 2503 Foxcroft Way, Reston, Virginia. This is the December board meeting and 2023 is coming to a close. I would like to take a moment to thank all of the RA employees and Reston volunteers who strive to make RA the best HOA in the country. We especially welcome newer RA employees and appreciate the veterans who set standards for providing excellent service to members. So to everyone, your can-do spirit and hard work are much appreciated. My comment tonight pertains to the casino in Reston issue. Members were happy to read the RA letter made public weeks ago regarding RA's opposition to a Reston casino. Simultaneously, grassroots Restonian volunteers, also known as CORC, citizens opposed to a Reston casino, were already organizing. But we have heard little in the meantime about what RA's next moves would be. So that is my question this evening. We look forward to working in tandem as we mount a cohesive community-wide effort to combat this divisive issue. Please, when will members be informed of RA's next steps regarding this issue? And thank you for your service.
Any other comments?
Thomas Murphy.
No, that was my computer.
Any other members wishing to address the board? All right, I think we can move on to the consent calendar, and I think the only thing left on the consent calendar is the October 26th minutes that were amended.
Also the approval of the volunteers.
I'm sorry?
Approval of volunteers.
Oh, yeah, that too. So is there any objection to either the volunteer appointments or to the October 26th minutes as amended? Hearing and seeing none, they are adopted. And it is so ordered. Brittany, got it? Thank you so much. Moving on. Mr. Cummins, I think you have an update for us, and we're only 20 minutes behind.
I will be very brief in the interest of time tonight. I just want to draw the board's attention to two items. The 2024 work plan, what I'm loosely calling that. There are a number of things that came up, a lot of which came up through the budget process, that I will want to make priority to talk with you all about. Some things that relate to fee schedules, our new CIP process that Peter is spending quite a bit of time on, talking about how we're going to implement the community survey, et cetera. So I'm looking forward to outlining how I see that flowing through 2024 at the January meeting, to try to set some dates in stone and work towards those things. Hopefully that will help the board see where some of these larger policy things and initiatives are going to happen. And then we can talk about the timing at that time. The other thing that I want to just make quick note of, Winterfest was a rousing success across the community. Without having the exact numbers in front of me, I believe it was the largest event RA has ever put on by a significant factor, 5 or 6x. We certainly learned a lot of lessons, in doing that. But we have received a tremendous amount of feedback, both in thanks for having something that the RA put on and in fact was free, and looking forward to next year, including all of our vendors who came out. So a lot of people really saw it as a local event, which was probably the single biggest objective we were shooting for. So I know a number of board members came. Thank you for your attendance. We're doing a lot of post-morteming and getting ready for next year, so just more to come in the spring on that.
Well, I especially want to thank the Grinch, who was there each of the 3 nights and made a very large impression on the young people in attendance. Land use and comprehensive plan update, I have some items. I think the CEO has some items. Sorry. Okay. We have been contacted by Supervisor Alcorn that the county staff is moving ahead with developing plans for Reston Town Center North. I put them in contact with Cam Adams and Mac, you were aware of this, that they're going to be coming forward with an informational meeting with the DRB and Mike, is it Mike Wood?
Yes.
Michael Wood, to have an informational meeting once their designs are a little bit further along. And people who are interested in that, you'll have an opportunity for member comments in front of the DRB. And obviously, this board will be kept informed of the progress of that. The one thing I would, and I've said this to Director Adams, and I'll share this with the board, there is money currently for them to move forward with a new library. The bond funds are already there. There's money already to move forward with a new shelter. That money is there. The rest of the stuff, there is no bond money, and the bonds aren't going to be sold until 2054. I will be long dead, and so will several other people in the room. The question that I hope Mr. Adams and DRB can get an answer from is, what are you doing with the land in the meantime? We don't want it to be a spoils pile and an ugly contribution to the community. We want it to be used by the community while they're waiting for the bonds to be sold. So Mr. Adams and I have had that conversation, and it is and plus the 10 acres of common area that is supposed to be open green for the community. So want to make sure that those questions are addressed in the course of the DRB. We had some success, don't need to go into detail, regarding the Fannie Mae site. Our CEO and council met with the proponents of that property, as they are required to do under the proffers. The developer is, we're not, to talk about the terms under which that property might become part of RA, which we all think is a great idea because it spreads the costs further around. I don't know if you want to go into detail. You don't need to, but I just want the board to know that those conversations are ongoing, and when there's something specific for us to act on, it'll come back to the board for ratification. And if you want, Mac, we can talk about that in executive session, but we can move on from there. The other thing I want to share with the board is, as I mentioned earlier, there was another developer who had proffered to go to the DRB for consultation, even though their property is outside the covenanted land at Isaac Newton Square. I got very positive feedback from the developer's representative, Mr. Painter, called me up to say, hey, that was a good experience. We learned something from the DRB feedback. We didn't find it too painful. It improved the process, improved the project, and Mr. Painter would recommend that process to anybody who asked him. So I congratulate the members of the DRB on being helpful and contributing to an improved community in that process. During that process, we also found out that the rectangular field that is proffered is decades, underlined, decades away from being constructed. They don't anticipate that project being fully built out for 20 or 30 years, and the rectangular field is the last thing that happens. So, the soccer folks and the football folks are going to have once again, a long wait for that. We talked about the SSPAs earlier tonight, so I won't repeat it. The other thing I'll share with the board was that I was approached by the representative of Brookfield for the purpose of discussing, could there be a collaborative effort between RA and Brookfield regarding what was then a site-specific plan amendment over by Kroll Road and where Hunter Mill Road, Kroll Road, and Sunrise Valley intersect. That's a very, very complicated transportation problem. And I had invited them to, say more, come to the board or whatever and tell us more. But in the meantime, Supervisor Alcorn got that SSPA killed. So I don't think they'll be coming, but maybe, who knows? Maybe they'll come to our land use committee and ask for help there. I think that's everything I have. Mr. Cummins, if there's anything you have, Director?
Just a quick question
Sure.
about RTCN. Did they Did he give you any indication, like, are we talking spring that they might bring something, summer? Like, did you get any feeling at all?
I don't know when that's going to happen. It would be a staff presentation, a county staff presentation to DRB, informational.
Right.
And you'll recall that that land is subject to our covenants. So ultimately, DRB will have to approve it, unlike a lot of the other area. So in the typical process in a situation like this is an informational meeting happens, they get feedback, and then they come back with a formal application and request for approval on a conceptual basis, and then they come back again for approval of the actual exteriors of the building and landscaping and stuff like that. So it's going to be a many-step iterative process before they actually get DRB approval. Anything else on land use? Fourth quarter cluster outreach, did we have a video on that? Did I watch a video on that? I thought I did. Any questions on that? Hearing and seeing none, moving on to the fourth quarter capital projects update. There was a video on that also, and Mr. Shoemaker is wearing a coat and tie. I'm impressed. What a nice guy. Respectful of the organization. Any questions from Mr. Shoemaker on that item? I don't see any. Congratulations on the Hunterswood Ball Field and on the Hook Road ball fields. I look forward to groundbreaking on the relocation of the backstops. So you'll let me know, and let Little League know also, if you don't mind. That will be great. Treasurer's report. Any questions for our treasurer on his report? Hearing, seeing none, moving on. We're making up for lost time. RA website. Mr. Lusk, do you have anything for us? And hopefully you can keep it brief.
Very brief. So there was just an sort of informational video on what some of the new items the website will bring. We're going to talk about it more in executive session to approve the contract. Just to say that there was an extensive effort since June, both on the staff side and in collaboration with the IT committee, to select the right vendor and keep this project moving to start work towards a new website. So there's really not much else to say other than the website will have improved services, new ways to communicate to the community, be a fresh new look. We're all very excited to get it moving. So happy to answer any questions or wait until executive session.
Any questions?
Just the granular details of selecting the correct template, right, and finding, they showed a variety of examples on there. Is that a combination effort between the IT committee and staff, or is that going to be primarily led by staff? How do you expect the actual details to go?
So the look and feel will be mostly driven by staff. I would imagine a time where we come back to the IT committee and say, here's what's going to look like. Do you have any suggestions? But that's mostly a staff-driven effort.
Gotcha.
Any other questions? All right, we're going to jump ahead for Director Perry's request to the Barton Hill Renovation and Sound Study. And do we have a presentation?
We do. I think we're going to pivot a little, if it's okay with the board. We had planned to give the full state of the Barton Hill project as part of an approval process for tonight. We do have the actual sound report and the sound engineer here in the room this evening. I think it would be the best use of time to walk through the study with the sound engineer and save the report for the project for the next meeting.
Are they here?
They are here in person.
So, gentlemen, please take the podium and carry on.
So we're going to get the study up on the screen. Just give us a second.
Thank you. I want to say I needed a doorstop, and now I found one.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. My name is Aaron Hustis. I'm a civil engineer with Kimley Horn and Associates.
Can you pull that mic a little bit closer, because we have people listening online?
Absolutely. Is that better?
I think so.
All right. Again, my name is Aaron Hustis. I'm a civil engineer with Kimley Horn and Associates, and I am the sound engineer that was responsible for conducting 3 rounds of monitoring associated with the potential pickleball courts at Barton Hill. You have lots of detail in your packet and in the various memos that we've produced, and so I'll give you just kind of a quick overview of what you're looking at. I'm certainly happy to answer questions or go into any more detail in any of the particular areas that you would like as we move through that. I did want to point out the first round of monitoring was conducted March 9th of this year at the Autumnwood facility. The idea being to collect noise measurements at a location where pickleball was already occurring in the community. We followed that up with a second round of monitoring June 1st of 2023 at the Barton Hill facility while tennis was being played. The tennis courts were active, lessons were ongoing, as well as other tennis matches that were occurring throughout the measurement period. And then most recently, November 7th, we set up 4 temporary pickleball courts on the eastern portion of Barton Hill in a temporary arrangement to understand the potential sound levels from pickleball at similar locations to what we had measured during tennis at the Barton Hill facility. We also took additional measurements further back into the neighborhood at distances greater than 300-400 feet from the site while pickleball was occurring. We're able to have members of the community accompany us during those monitoring periods as well, so that they were able to see and hear what we were seeing and hearing during the measurement period. The main takeaways from all of the rounds of monitoring that we conducted were that the noise levels at Barton Hill are very much dominated by traffic noise along the surrounding roadway network. That was evident when we measured during tennis, when we measured during the pickleball activities out there. Depending on how far back from the various roads that you were, you experience different noise levels in the community. The measurements that were taken closest to the courts were also closest to Sunrise Valley and had the highest noise levels. As we went further back into the community, the noise levels came down until we got into the mid-50s range. For each of the different monitoring periods at each of the 2 locations, we set up a long-term measurement, as you can see here on your screen. The idea behind this measurement was to really understand what are the underlying ambient baseline noise levels in the community. And you'll see that those are pretty similar between the Autumnwood and Barton Hill communities, ranging in kind of that low 50 range. We do report the Lmax and Lmin values here. You can see those are in, the noise level, the average noise level varies as you go through the monitoring period. So there are times where it's quieter, there's times where it's louder. I know while we were standing at Autumnwood, there were planes flying over. I remember seeing an A380 for British Airways that flew overhead while we were out on site. We were not actually taking a measurement at the time, but it was interesting that as we're listening to pickleball, that is one of the items that's contributing to the ambient noise environment there. At Barton Hill, there was also aircraft noise as well as the traffic noise that we talked about. One of the community comments that we had received after the second round of monitoring was regarding the methodology. We produced a memorandum responding to some of the citizen questions and the feedback on that. There was nothing fundamentally that changed in our most recent round of monitoring based on those comments, but we did want to provide some clarity and responses to those. There's a lot of information that's available online in this day and age, and so it's depending on how you read that information, we wanted to just make sure everybody was on the same page with the metrics that we were considering and the standard of care that we have within our studies. So I did want to mention specifically the source frequency distribution. We took both full octave band and 1/3 octave band frequency weighting data for all of the monitoring periods for both short and long-term measurements. That's standard care for us. We don't report that in all of the memos because, frankly, it's pages and pages of spreadsheet data that isn't impacting the findings and the summary of the data, but that is information that we have for all of the measurements that we took for all 3 rounds of monitoring. I also wanted to mention the impulse peaks and the time constant that we used for the monitoring periods. You'll notice in our reports that we mention we used a fast time constant. That's, again, the standard of care for studies of this sort. I know the community member had raised a question about why we didn't use the impulse time setting. Impulse time setting uses a peak rise time of 30 milliseconds, but it uses a decay time of 1.5 seconds on the back end. And so when you look at the average effect of that quick rise and longer decay, you actually can miscalculate the noise level by using an impulse time weighting. And so what we use instead is a fast time weighting, which has a 125 millisecond time resolution. We also report the peak, the instantaneous peak noise level for all of our measurements, and that has a sub 30 millisecond rise and decay time. And so again, that's reported in our most recent memorandum. That's data that was captured for all of our monitoring periods. It was not previously reported necessarily that peak time, but it is something that we've captured. The challenge with reporting and relying on the instantaneous peak is that the human ear doesn't really respond to the peak noise level because sound is a wave, and so our ear is impacted by the rise and fall of sound pressures. So the instantaneous peak is something that's noticeable and audible, but the human ear is much more sensitive to the average noise level, and as that varies over time. Is that my time limit? I think that was it. I can go into a lot more detail. Like I said, I'm happy to answer questions. Again, the main takeaways from all 3 rounds of monitoring: the sound levels are consistent with the Fairfax County noise ordinance. I believe that pickleball noise may be audible in and around the courts, but it is not impacting the overall average noise level at the site. And that was consistent with what we saw at the Autumnwood site. As you got a couple 100 feet away from the site, although it was audible at times, it was not impacting the actual sound level for the site there. So I'll pause there. I know that's a lot of information to jump into at a December meeting, but happy to answer questions. Yes, sir.
I've got 3, so I'm just going to try and knock them out.
Okay.
So is that our process? Because I thought we were just listening to a report tonight.
No, if there are questions.
We're taking in information. I thought,
So
excuse me.
that's what I'm asking,
If there are
because I
questions-
have a ton of questions.
Good.
But I was prepared to ask them
questions-
between meetings.
Yeah, questions for Kimberly Horn, if you have them ready, let's get them out. If you want, but that, to my mind, doesn't preclude you from asking further questions after tonight. But if you have questions that you'd like to pose while they're here, let's try and get them answered.
Got it. Just wasn't what I thought we were doing. Thanks.
Director Johnson.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, let me call on people.
I'm sorry. Absolutely.
I haven't given you the gavel yet.
I would not ask for the gavel, nor do I desire it.
Director Johnson.
Well, he only has 3 minutes, so maybe he does want to be a minute. So, in any case, so you mentioned in the beginning that pickleball noise levels were a word by traffic. What was that word?
I'm not sure of the word that I used. I would say the pickleball or the noise levels that we measured at Barton Hill were dominated by the traffic noise.
They were
in the
dominated
area.
by, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay. And then you discussed a test involving like octave bands. I know very little about this subject, so if you could just expand about it on it. Please.
Sure. So sound is broken. Sound is a wave, and the sounds of the world around us are made up of various frequencies and various tones. To help sound engineers and to allow us to analyze the data, the sound level meters that we use will break down a particular sound into a tonal spectrum, and those are grouped into different octave band or frequency ranges. So instead of every single individual frequency that's across that entire tonal spectrum, they're grouped into, say, the 6.3 hertz or the 20 kilohertz. So it's not 20.51 kilohertz, it's the 20 kilohertz band. And to give additional detail, then those can be subdivided further into what are called 1/3 octave bands. So it's just more layers of granular data that can be collected. And again, that's something that we collect on all the noise measurements that we do. The instrumentation that we use are ANSI and IEC type 1 noise meters, which is the most stringent type of noise meter or sound level meter that we can use. They are laboratory calibrated every 12 months. We maintain certificates on that. It's a process. We send them off. And then we also field calibrate them before each actual in-field monitoring condition as well.
And then the last question was, you said that pickleball is audible. So does that mean that it's, you can differentiate the sound of pickleball from other sounds?
That's correct.
Okay.
So while we were in the field, standing in front of the meter, I can see pickleball play occurring. I can hear it intermittently at times from 400 or 500 feet away, but in watching the meter, it's not changing the sound level that's being measured. And if somebody were to talk, or if somebody walks by and leaves that are crunching, when a deer walked by while we were monitoring, that obscures the sound of pickleball.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I don't think that we've ever heard kind of an intro to Kimley Horn's experience related to implementing, designing for a pickleball environment versus some other recreational type of facility. So if you can speak to, how many different pickleball facilities have you guys designed and implemented, and how you approach doing noise mitigation or noise, or an understanding of the noise related to pickleball differently than you would another type of recreational amenity.
Certainly. So I do not pretend to design recreational uses or pickleball courts as a site civil engineer or a landscape architect. So I would ask Jeff to speak more to Kimley Horn's experience in that regard. I will say pickleball noise as a whole is a relatively new issue. More and more communities are grappling with how to understand the effects of it, how to mitigate those noise levels, and we are working with communities across the country as they figure this out. This is the first pickleball court that I've recommended mitigation for, but I have other ongoing studies where we have done monitoring and where we are talking in general terms with other clients and other communities about how to best practices for site location, noise abatement design, and things of that sort. The unique factor in abating and designing for pickleball noise is the unique tonal characteristics and the short time span of a pickleball ball and paddle impact. And so because the duration of that sound is so short and it's such a sharp frequency, it is really challenging to abate. And I think the literature that you see in publications and kind of the noise control scientific articles and things of that sort speak to the challenges in abating that sound. Most of the best practices say to locate them in areas where they are, located as far as possible from homes, specifically in the, anything closer than 100 or really 200 feet, depending on the particular literature you read, is what they'll call like the danger zone for pickleball noise impacts on communities. And so the way we approach then pickleball noise mitigation is by site selection. It is by acoustic matting, fences, walls, things of that sort. But because the sounds are shorter and they have really low energy from an overall average standpoint, the mitigation that's needed is lower, and so you approach it differently than you would when we design a wall for a roadway, for a transit project, for a data center, for an industrial use of that nature. Yeah. If he's allowed to.
Please identify yourself for the record.
Can you hear me okay? I'm a little shorter than Aaron to reach the microphone.
You might want to pull that a little closer. That's why we have movable mics.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Holzer. I'm a landscape architect with Kimley Horn Associates. I'm the project manager as well for the on-call contract with Reston Association. As a landscape architect in Kimley Horn, we design many pickleball courts throughout the country, and I can elaborate on that further in the sense that across Kimley Horn we have over 40 offices across the country that contain landscape architects who all currently have pickleball project court-specific design projects on, in design or in construction right now. As part of Kimley Horn as well, we have a sports advisory committee, a committee that I sit on myself, which we are intended to share information nationally about the different sports design and industry that's ongoing. Pickleball is an ever-prevalent conversation point. So amongst these about a dozen designers, I'm aware of approximately about 50 different pickleball design projects ongoing right now. Locally here in Northern Virginia, we have 3 currently under construction, which accumulates to about 12 pickleball courts in the Northern Virginia area. The different projects vary in scale, between 2 courts up to 16 courts, which was recently constructed outside Sarasota, Florida. Across these designs, there's different applications being intended to help mitigate kind of the sound that occurs from these projects. In ideal locations, they're located in parks, kind of distance well enough from residential areas where it's can be less of a nuisance, and more urban type site constraints, different means in the sense of land formation and/or available products online or on the market are used to mitigate this sound. So hopefully that addresses in a high level sort of a capacity that Kimley Horn has a lot of experience across the country, but also that information is being channeled through the Sports Advisory Committee, the committee I'm a part of, so I can bring that national experience here to the local, to our local experiences.
Ms. Copeland?
Director Dodd has her hand raised.
Oh, thank you. Director Dodd, were you done?
Thank you. I heard the first gentleman who spoke before Mr. Holzer said that this is the first pickleball court for which you have recommended mitigation. It wasn't clear to me whether that means that it's the first one that you have analyzed or whether it is the first one that you analyzed and said mitigation measures should be taken. Can you clarify that?
Yes, ma'am. This is the first pickleball court that I've done a noise analysis on to make that recommendation. That's correct. I should mention that I have been doing noise studies for the last 13 years. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Virginia, and I also sit on the Transportation Research Board Transportation-Related Noise and Vibration Committee at an international level, and I'm an associate member of the Institute of Noise Control Engineering as well. So this is not the first noise study that I've worked on. It's not the first mitigation that I've recommended or measurements that I've done. However, it is the first local pickleball court that I have worked on. Yes, ma'am.
And I also heard you say that the noise levels that you monitored during 3 sessions in Reston, that the noise levels were consistent with the Fairfax County noise ordinance. And so I'd like you to say a little bit more about that, because I understand that the noise ordinance may refer more to average noise levels rather than the impulse noise levels. Can you say some more about that?
That's correct. So the county noise ordinance does regulate the average noise level for a particular land use. And as you mentioned, the impulsive nature of pickleball noise does not drive the average noise level for that particular use. And so really what we see for most pickleball courts is that it's not impacting the average noise level really anywhere across the country. There's not enough courts, there's not enough activity for that to impact the average noise level. The other thing I would point out is that if you read the county noise ordinance, it does have a specific exemption in place for recreational uses during the hours of 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And so even if pickleball noise were to impact the average noise level and bring it up above the 60 decibel level that's specified in the county ordinance, and I'm not a lawyer, but my reading of that would say that because it's a recreational use that's occurring on a pickleball court, then it would be exempt from that requirement as well.
Thank you. Very helpful.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Director
Go ahead.
Park.
Thank you for the report. When you did the testing, I understand you had residents around Barton Hills area monitoring, at least watching, or maybe even talking to you about those things. As you probably have guessed, the community in that area believes that the sound is not acceptable. So how would you answer their concern? Would you tell them that their ears are not hearing the right thing based on the study? What would you tell them?
That's a great question, and that was part of the reason I was happy to have the community members out there with us while we were taking the measurements. We actually were able to have their noise meters held next to ours to be able to compare levels and show that the data they were measuring was consistent with the data we were measuring. I think I would go back to what I said at the beginning, which is pickleball sound is audible in the adjacent communities, but it's not impacting the overall noise level, and it is very quickly dominated by other activities that are occurring, whether it's somebody walking through the leaves in their backyard, whether it's an HVAC unit that's turning on, whether it's someone having a conversation. That was the reality that we experienced out there. I would also say that noise in particular is very personal to everyone. Everyone's ears respond to sound levels differently. Although there are averages for all of humanity, everyone's ears are tuned a little bit differently. What annoys you at a particular frequency spectrum is going to annoy me differently. It's like my children at home, when they're crying, it has a very different reaction. My wife has a very different reaction when they are crying than what I do. It's the same noise source. We each are equally parenting, but she has a different reaction to the sound than what I do. And so I'm not going to sit here and tell any neighbor that what they're hearing is not valid or isn't reality. All I can do is point back to the data, which says if you look at the meter and you watch what's happening, it's not impacting the noise level.
Just one more on the technical side of things. The sensors that you use for measuring sound, in what other ways do you use them? Do you use them for traffic studies? And I understand all the decibels, and by the way, I'm a recovering engineer myself.
Okay.
So did you calibrate them just so that you could do the pickleball noise study, or do you just use them for a variety of applications?
So the sound level meters, again, I mentioned they are ANSI and IEC Type 1 sound level meters, which have very specific requirements from an electric standpoint that's beyond my level of expertise. But we do use them for a variety of uses. They are not, we don't need to calibrate them or set them up differently if we are monitoring pickleball noise versus traffic noise versus rail and transit or industrial uses. We can adjust the time constants that we are monitoring, and we made sure, again, like I mentioned, to use the fast time constant, but the Lmax, the Lmin, the average equivalent noise levels, the peak, all the octave band frequency weightings, that's all collected as part of our standard operating procedures for any round of noise monitoring for any type of project. Because we want to have as much data as possible coming out of a monitoring period to understand all the potential impacts.
Director Petrine.
Were there any particular characteristics of this site that either lend or detract it from being a racquetball facility? Both tennis and pickle, they have different noise characteristics, but would one differ from the other?
Are you asking if we noticed a difference in the noise measurements from tennis versus pickleball, or are you asking, well?
Partially the characteristics of the site. It has certain physical characteristics that would either mitigate sound or amplify. And we can't change the characteristics of this location, but as we look at other sites, what should we consider in terms of placing pickleball at other locations, other than keep it as far away from people as you possibly can?
Sure. I mean, you said not to say that, but honestly, that's the best answer, right? If you have it farther from people, there's less potential for people to complain about it or to be potentially affected by it. That's no guarantee that you're not going to get complaints or that people could not potentially be impacted by it no matter where you put it, because again, everyone responds to sounds differently. The people that are interacting in a park next to it could still not like it potentially. But again, I do think site selection is a huge component of that. And then depending on your particular site, whether it's including particular walls as abatement options or acoustic fencing and matting and things like that, those are certainly options where you may not have an optimal site location.
Perhaps Mr. Holzer could answer my next question is, in the design for sound dampening, what level of dampening could we expect if you, optimally, what levels of sound dampening could we expect if we, use one of the dampening products, like, what is it, acoustic fence or something like that?
So I believe in August, we issued a memorandum identifying different sound attenuation and dampening products available on the market. A lot of the available products, the acoustic fence was I believe the recommended product at this time. That is identified by the manufacturer that can mitigate upwards to 25 decibels in more practical use and experience use from different municipalities and local area. It's more realistic to the 10 to 12 sort of decibel range. A lot of other equal products are in that very comparable sort of range between 8 to 10 decibels is the practical expectation of the dampening. And then if you start looking into more significant development solutions such as landforms or sound walls, that attenuation or dampening can increase beyond 12 to 15 plus decibels, but that's a more significant investment related to those sort of available means.
One last question. I had received an anecdotal comment that all the products, because they're out in the weather, are going to be impacted by the weather. And what this person told me is based on conversations that he had with colleagues in other areas of the country, that these materials don't last terribly long. They tend to degrade because, well, obvious, they're in the weather, sunlight and moisture could have, material impacts on their ability to dampen sound. It's kind of an unfair question, but I'll ask it anyway. What's your experience with those?
So some of the material that's available the acoustic product is a sort of a vinyl, rubber, plastic sort of fiber. The products on the market currently have a life expectancy of about 10 to 15 years with kind of good expectation of conditions. That rubber, vinyl, plastic holds up a little better in the current kind of weather conditions. It's a little easier to clean. It's a little thicker and durable to kind of withstand kind of the winters. Any product that has cushioning, any kind of interior insulation, those are the materials that are softer, retain water, going to ultimately cause longer term issues related to mildew, freeze thaw, those sort of things. They're marketed at an equal lifespan, but from some even independent testing that was performed by the RA staff, it is of our expectation that it would likely not sustain beyond 5 years.
Thank you.
Any other questions for folks from Kimley? Director Flashman.
You've done testing of...
Erwin, can you pull your mic closer, please?
You've done testing of other facilities in Northern Virginia and elsewhere. Is that correct?
Of pickleball or of
pickleball?
Pickleball has just been for Reston Association at Autumnwood and at Barton Hill here in Northern Virginia.
How familiar are you with the levels of playing ability of pickleball players?
I would say I'm somewhat familiar in that my mom is an avid pickleball player and my wife is a burgeoning pickleball player. And so I've seen up close the range of pickleball players from having played with both of them in various capacities, both indoors and outdoors.
The people who were playing when you were doing the testing, who were they?
My understanding is they were community members that had volunteered to play.
Would you be able to give an estimate of their level of play?
I would not be able to speak to that. I was aware that there were multiple people on each court playing actively, and frankly was more concentrated on making sure that I was collecting good data than judging their abilities.
You'll forgive my friend's cross-examination technique, but he's a lawyer.
That's all right. My mother-in-law's a lawyer, so this is.
The reason I'm asking is if you were to have John McEnroe out there playing, and I'm sure you're familiar with who John McEnroe is, I'm certain that his level of play would be much higher and his force would be much greater, and that I am assuming, and you'll tell me if I'm wrong, that the noise level would be higher as well, as the impact, force of impact would be greater, and therefore the resonance of the noise would be also greater.
Director Flashman, I think we have a fact, not an evidence. Do you even know who John McEnroe is?
Yes, I do know who John McEnroe is.
I asked him whether he knew who John McEnroe.
Erwin, would it be okay if I hopped into answer this question? So, as a recreation professional, I've lived the pickleball experience for the last decade or so. What I saw at Barton Hill on the test day was, I think, equivalent to a recreation pickleball match. At any time when I was there for about an hour, hour and a half, there were between 10 and 16 players, maximum 16 players. It's what my experience would be for recreational pickleball. Without any scientific data, I would say anecdotally, if you were to watch professional pickleball, they may be hitting the ball harder than recreational players, but I think what we saw during the test is equivalent to what we would expect if there were pickleball there.
So this would be recreational as opposed to when we would have contests that were matches that were like a tournament or something of that
Yeah,
nature?
I would describe what we typically do here in Reston as recreational pickleball. We could discuss at another time the levels. Pickleball players are actually graded on a scale of 1 to 5. We could get into that at another time, but I would say what we saw at Barton Hill is consistent with what we would typically see during the test.
Because I saw that in one of your, on table 1, long-term noise measurement data, you had a measurement that was taken 350 feet south of the westernmost tennis court, and it gave a LMAX noise level of 78.1. And that's very close to your scale, which precedes that by a page or so, of 80, which you list as annoying, interferes with conversation, and is twice as loud as a normal level of noise.
So the LMAX noise level is the maximum noise level over 125 milliseconds, not over the 3-hour period. So it's 1/8 of a second maximum noise level over that 3-hour duration. That was the maximum that was observed.
And is that characteristic of a hit with a pickleball, or is that characteristic of some other noise?
It was characteristic of the latch on the noise meter case closing during the monitoring period when we reviewed data. And instead of subtracting that out and reporting a substantially lower LMAX that shows up in the data, we left that as the LMAX because that's what was measured in the field.
Is it fair to conclude then that the circumstances which you measured were not the maximum case could occur?
I can't speak to what the maximum case that could occur at any point in time at a particular location, because a motorcycle could drive by, a helicopter could fly over, or a neighbor could walk through the woods near where that meter was placed, and it could potentially have a higher max value than what we measured. But I will say that what we measured was consistent between the 3 rounds of monitoring at that level.
But if you had a higher level, if you had tournament play, you would expect to have a greater amount of noise, and a higher level of noise emanating from the pickleball play itself.
I would expect it to be higher emanating. I would not expect it to be noticeable at that monitoring location based on the data that we have. Because the Lmax value that we measured there during pickleball was different than when we measured it during tennis play occurring.
Redirect. Director Todd.
I just wanted you, President Farrell, to be aware that there is a Reston resident of the name Gustav Gillies who's indicated in chat that he has a question, and I don't know whether you're taking public questions at this time.
Nope, we're not.
Thank you.
Any further cross-examination? I would engage you as an expert witness. You handled Director Flashman quite well.
I wasn't nasty.
Can we let these fellas go home?
Yes.
Okay. There are, I'm sorry. Director Dodd?
Director Perry has her hand raised.
Oh, I can't see her on the screen. I'm terribly sorry. Director Perry?
I just have two questions actually for staff, if that's acceptable.
Well, we were trying to hold that for later, and we didn't want to have the Kimley folks come back. So I wanted to try and get those questions taken care of.
I understand.
I understand that Director Juszczyk had questions, but didn't understand that we were going to be allowed to ask questions tonight, and for that I apologize, ma'am. So to the extent that they're directed toward Kimley, you'll put them together and we'll get them to staff, and staff will get responses from Kimley and share all of those responses with all of us. Thank you for that. I'm seeing Mr. Cummins nodding up and down.
Meaning yes.
We still have to train you on how to be deposed, Mr. Cummins. Okay. And are there any other questions for the folks from Kimley, or can we stop the clock and stop the hourly charging? Hearing and seeing none, I'll thank you, gentlemen, for your patience and your withstanding the rigorous questioning that my fellow board members directed at you. There will be further questions, no doubt, I think you heard, and we look forward to your responses. With that, I would entertain a motion to defer decision on this matter to the regular board meeting of January 25th.
So moved.
So moved by Director Juszczyk, seconded by Director Johnson. Or did you have a question? Did you? Yep. Seconded by Director Johnson. Is there any further discussion on the motion to defer? Here, Director Perry.
I just want to make sure, this for staff, if we defer this to January, will it impact the refurbishment necessary at Barton Hill in any way?
Director Mr. Shoemaker, I think I asked that question of you earlier, maybe it was Mr. Luth.
At this time, probably not, because the construction of such a renovation such that couldn't occur until weather broke. So I think we are still within a time window of evaluating it and not impacting the otherwise renovation that would be required.
Thank you. And I had one other question.
Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to know, when we were reviewing sites for pickleball, were there any sites considered that were either open space or basketball courts, or was it only tennis courts that we looked at?
So Margaret, I'll answer on Laura Kowalski's behalf. She's homesick today as well. When the Recreation Facilities Working Group evaluated sites for pickleball, they evaluated tennis courts only. There was not open space or basketball courts considered.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on the comments on the motion to defer to January 25th? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor will vote aye. It's unanimous of those present and voting. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy New Year. Flashman will tell me how to say Happy Hanukkah. Okay.
Motion to move into executive session for contractual matters and personnel matters.
Second. Second by Director Johnson. Any debate? Hope not. Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor?
I would just like to say that I would love a 5-minute break for
I
biological purposes.
I will be happy to recess the meeting after we get into executive session. How about that?
Thank you.
Absolutely. All those in favor of proceeding into executive session will say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous of all those present and voting. We're going to take a 10-minute recess because I think we're ahead of schedule.
Administration here at Reston Association, and along with Megan McCosey, the Community Outreach Manager, we will be providing our 4th quarterly update and our 17th update on cluster outreach. Covenant staff continue to make large strides in outreach efforts, which include our show and tells events. Me and I developed the concept of show and tells, bringing back to elementary school where RA Covenant staff would meet with cluster and condominium leaders, and they'd show us their clusters and tell us their problems. Topics of conversation include management tips and tricks, electric vehicle charging stations, cluster standards, enforcement compliance inspections, resales, and so much more. For those of you that are not aware, Reston Association has approximately 180 sub-associations. Covenant staff has conducted more than 90 show and tells in the last 3 years, most of them ranging in a 2-hour on-site meeting with cluster leaders. We are proud to say that we have been able to exceed our goal of 25 this year by conducting 29 show and tells, and are especially looking forward to our newly developed relationship with Southgate Square Cluster Association. We continue to encourage Cluster and Condominium Association leaders who have not had an opportunity to request one today. We have plenty of slots left open between now and the end of the year. An opportunity for support and education involved our meet and greets, where Covenant staff hosts virtual meetings with vendors, content experts on certain topics, and provide association leaders with the opportunity to learn and ask questions. Our last meet and greet was attended by approximately 30 cluster and condominium representatives discussing best practices in the compliance and enforcement areas of community association management, and the highlights of this included an overview of the purpose of governing documents and the authority generally vested in them, escalation and violations and how to approach them, covenant inspections, complaint and inspection procedures, and walkthrough process, and lastly, identifying and connecting cluster leaders with some great resources which also are posted on the Cluster Resource Hub, which happened on December 4th, highlighted our new and highly anticipated cluster and condominium directory, which is now hosted on a dedicated space on the RA website. The directory no longer requires a PDF form to be completed, but can be submitted online and sent directly to our team to update. With the new directory, we now have a dedicated space to provide members with general contact information such as the association name, the district, who the point of contact is, the association website, and email address. We are working to continue to enhance and grow this list, and all cluster and condominium association leaders are encouraged to complete the online form and be added to our directory today. To engage with the community at large and have found success in partnering with communications team at Reston Association and delivering a series of informational video resources for current and future members to watch and learn about the Covenants Administration and Design Review Board processes. Our latest video on how to complete a DRB application, which we have received a great amount of feedback on, and is a great resource for anyone who is not familiar with how the DRB application should be completed or submitted. All of the links in this slide are viewable and clickable to our Reston Association YouTube channel for more viewing. The large strides in our programming, we also have made large strides in evaluating and improving processes with the Covenants Administration Department. Thus far, we have been able to complete 2 open house sessions focused on single-family outreach and keeping members as well as title companies and realtors informed regarding RA Covenants processes. Revisions to several resolutions aimed at increasing transparency and streamlining some of the processes to improve member experience based on feedback received from members. Internally, we have finished our departmental standard operating procedures and continue to evaluate additions or revisions as they are needed. And the last project for 2023, we are glad to confirm we are now having an established cluster and condominium association directory for all members and sub-association leaders to access. Please note, we only posted publicly available information, and if a cluster would like to update, they may email COV, that's cov@reston.org, or fill out the online form. Ongoing projects continue with revisions to design guidelines continuing to be a topic at full design review board meetings, with our last grouping being reviewed at the November meeting. We have presented our finalized revisions and additions at the December 4th Board Operations Committee and will be returning to the Board Operations Committee in January for final feedback. We have approximately 70 design guidelines, additions, and revisions under consideration. We continue to evaluate how to maximize member experience and finding covenant-specific content on the RA website and collaborating with the IT and other departments on finding a new website vendor, which we are happy to announce that there will be consideration of a new vendor for the website at the December board meeting. And finally, updating our filing system and reviewing how, where files are saved and which HART files still require digitization in advance of a file scanning project for 2024. We have some great opportunities for continued outreach, especially as it relates to our condominium associations. We continue to directly target condo associations for show and tells, and now have a dedicated space in our cluster newsletter for condo leaders called Condo Corner. We continue to find ways to spread information to cluster leaders through our Cluster Connect, show and tells, our meet and greets, and our last meet and greet, which was held on December 4th, which showcased the introduction to the Cluster and Condominium Association directory, which is now live on reston.org. Our first meet and greet of the year will be a collaboration of a few other departments within Reston Association and hopefully the Northern Virginia Soil and Water Conservation District team to help educate our associations about common drainage and erosion issues and solutions. So look forward to that in 2024. In addition, we look forward to continuing our collaborations with the Communications Department and conducting several more Reston Today videos surrounding upcoming changes to the design guidelines and covenants frequently asked questions part 6. And continuing to serve all RA members. We want to also highlight the Covenants Department has an administrative staff member who is here to help facilitate and be a resource. So please feel free to remember our general email box is cov, that's cov@reston.org. Email us anytime, we will be in touch. Have a great evening.
Good evening, my name is Chris Shoemaker, Director of Capital Projects. I'm here to give you a year-end and carry-forward report for 2023. So for some 2023 Capital Department highlights. In project execution, we're projected to complete just over $4.6 million in work and complete 45 out of the 70 projects assigned. 2 of those major projects include the Hunters Woods Ball Field redevelopment and Lake Throw Pool project. In contracting administration, we've executed over 65 contracts and purchase orders, over a dozen DRB applications, and made improvements to the project planning, estimating, and scheduling policies. For reporting, we've updated the 5-year capital improvement plan, refined the 2024 and 2025 capital budget, and provided quarterly reports to the Board of Directors and monthly reports to the Fiscal Committee. For communications and engagement, we hosted 2 Barton Hill Community Engagement meetings, a total of 7 capital-related YouTube videos, and individual web pages for our major capital projects. Next are some major project highlights in the 4th quarter, starting off with the Hunters Woods Ball Field redevelopment. The project is at full completion, and we're currently processing project document closeout, and will return to the board with a positive variance. We're also looking into a grand reopening for the spring of 2024. And renaming of the site is a consistent topic with the Hunters Woods Neighborhood Coalition that will be considered sometime next year. The next major project is a Lake Throw Pool renovation. This project is at substantial completion, and we're performing final inspections and punch list. We also need to consider public art installations and observation dock that will require further design and funding in the future. And we're also planning a grand reopening in 2024. The next major project highlight is Shadowwood Pool Phase 2. The DRB will review the conversion of the wading pool into a splash pad on December 12th. In the meantime, construction documents are completed and we're preparing for submission for permits once the DRB approves. We've also been in contact with the gas company, Washington Gas, for an installation of a new line to support the gas heaters for the main pool. We anticipate construction sometime in 2024 for that installation. Staff will return to the Board of Directors for approval in early 2024 for construction of the project. The next project highlight is at Hook Road Recreation Area. A few months ago, the site plan was approved by Fairfax County, and then following, we obtained approval of Phase 1 from the Design Review Board and conceptual approval for Phase 2. The project is intended to be split into two phases, separating the west from the east sides of the site. The west side is phase 1 and constitutes the ball field, backstop, and pathway installations. And you can see it in the image to the right, delineated by the red dotted line. Phase 2 includes the bathroom pavilion, tennis viewing areas, and other connecting pathways, but those will require further engineering and design and then DRB approval. We're preparing release of the RFP for phase 1 by the end of year and KDP approval number 2 by the board. The next major project highlight is Glade Tennis renovation. Earlier this year, the project was delayed to 2024 due to contractor availability and additional time required for permitting and engineering. The DRB has approved the lighting enhancements, and construction documents for lighting is completed and filed for permits with Fairfax County, with initial comments received. The RFP has been released and is awaiting BOD approval of the contract and KDP number 3 before construction in early 2024. The next project highlight is the Barton Hill Tennis renovation. Following board direction at the September meeting, a second follow-up sound study was performed in early November with temporary pickleball courts staged for sound recording. This project will require Board of Director approval of KDP number 1 to finalize the scope of the project prior to DRB or RFP issuance. Next up are some comparisons of department performance over the past few years, starting off with project count. Of the 70 projects assigned this year, 45 are anticipated to be completed, with another 25 being carried forward to 2024. While we've had fewer projects completed this year in count, we've had more major projects completed in value, as you'll see on the next slide. Of the just over $7.8 million capital budget, just over $4.6 million has been expensed, which is over $750,000 higher than the highest execution in RA history. Of the just shy of $3 million carry forward, 75% of that is in just 3 projects: Shadowwood Pool, Barton Hill Tennis, and Glade Tennis, with the remainder of the projects being smaller in value. Of the total project variance of just shy of $300,000, $130,000 of that variance was approved to reduce the 2024 RRF contribution by the Board of Directors at the November meeting. Now, getting into more detail concerning the 2023 carry forward, you can see here in the 2 pie charts. The one to the left is the cost percentage, and the right is by project count. As you can see in the table on project percentage, 75% of the carry forward are in tennis courts and pool buildings, with the remainder scattered about between footbridges and pathways, vehicles and equipment, administrative equipment, which includes the website, ball field enhancements, and other features. By project count, you can see the bulk of it is on other features that include the North Hills Pavilion upgrades, ADA door openers, the Nature Center and Lake House, and other miscellaneous projects. Now for a snapshot report on Q4 for 2023. Of the $7.8 million budget, just over $3.8 million has been expensed, with another $3.65 million left to complete. The current projected variance has a remainder of $176,000, following a $130,000 reduction to offset the 2024 RRF contribution approved by the board in November. We anticipate by year end a total of $4.6 million in total expenditures and a carry forward of $2.9 million. Now a look ahead in the 2024 of the Capital Department, starting off with technology. We'll be making updates to the Capital webpage as part of the new website implementation that will take part next year. And we'll also be researching and evaluating into an asset management system to potentially be deployed in 2025. For administrative, we'll be conducting the 2024 reserve study and integrating those results as well as community survey into an updated capital improvement plan. We'll also be evaluating alternative contracting methods for major projects. Speaking of major projects, we have 4, including the Barton Hill Tennis renovation, the Glade Tennis renovation, Phase 2 Shadowwood Pool, and the Hook Road Ball Field redevelopment. For collaboration, we'll be working with other departments on inspections, reporting, and standard maintenance practices to preserve capital assets, as well as implementing new community engagement strategies on more projects. If you have any questions, comments, or need more information on a project, please contact the Capital Projects Department at capitalprojects@reston.org. Leave us a message on the Capital Hotline at 703-435-6556, or visit the Capital webpage at reston.org. Thank you. If you have any questions, comments, or...
This is the Treasurer's Report for November 2023. Overall, the association is operating well within its 2023 budget. The results of its key programs and services met their revenue targets, and expenses, while increasing on a year-over-year basis, have also met budget expectations. The biggest change to the financials since October has been the recognition of $1.2 million from the sale of wetlands and stream mitigation credits. The first element of the financials I'd like to describe is the association's revenue stream through November against the 2023 budget as well as against the association's performance during 2022. While assessments and fees are slightly off budget, interest earned as cash and investments are well above budget as well as that for 2022. Recreation services and programs operated at expectations both against the 2023 budget and on a year-over-year basis. The obvious change in revenue is reflected in this sale of stream mitigation and wetlands tax credits that have more than offset income differences in communications and central services. Increases in total revenues, 2023 actual versus budget, and on a year-over-year basis are primarily the result of the sale of tax credits mentioned previously. These sales are difficult to predict as they are outside the association's control. On the expense side, RA continues to operate well within its approved budget, but the cost of each element of its operations continue to increase, reflecting local economic conditions and the expectations of our membership. While people costs are running lower than the 2023 budget, these costs have increased on a year-over-year basis due to the addition of key senior staff in 2023. Administrative expenses are up on a year-over-year basis, primarily due to a change in the way the facility rent is recorded, higher insurance costs, and recognition of certain bad debts. Other expenses have increased substantially both against the 2023 budget and on a year-over-year basis. These increases are centered in facility repairs, software licensing and equipment, and the pool of other operating expenses. Total operating expenses are below the 2023 budget, primarily due to lower people costs, but the total has increased by 7.2% as the costs of operating RA have increased across most of its functional areas. Finally, I'd like to briefly describe the current state of the association's capital spending. The 2023 capital budget reflects a 21% increase over that of 2022. During the year, ARIA spent $3.86 million on 70 capital projects, which is an increase of $1.6 million or 92% spend on a year-over-year basis. Major projects like the Hunters Woods ball field, the first phase of the Shadowwood pool, and the renovation of Lake Thoreau pool are complete. Work on the remaining portfolio projects valued at $3.8 million continues. Of the $6.8 million already reserved for RRF and CARF projects, 22.3% of the $13.1 million in expected capital spending between 2024 and 2028 have already been accumulated. In summary, while the margin through November 2023 is over $2+ million better than budget, this is due primarily to the sale of tax credits that cannot be assumed to repeat in 2024. While the association is operating well within its 2023 budget, the net financial results of its key programs and services, coupled with the increased cost of essential supplies and other components needed to function, are pressuring its reserves. This concludes my report for the month. My written report and complete set of financial reports can be found in the board package for the December 14th meeting that you can find as an attachment to the meeting notice in the RA event calendar. If you have any questions at all about the financial or budgets, please do not hesitate to contact me at bodpetrine@reston.org, and I will respond promptly. Thank you.
Hello, Reston Association, and welcome to Civic Plus. I'm Dave May, account representative, and I'm so glad to get to chat with you today. We're going to show you how partnering with us will put the Reston Association members' experience first. To do that, here's solution engineer Caitlin Berry. Caitlin?
Thanks, Dave.
We're going to begin our discussion today by taking a look at several associations that are already leveraging the power of the Civic Plus platform to better serve their members. Virginia Run is an excellent example of a community that's taking advantage of our integrated suite of member engagement tools. Similar to Virginia Run, by partnering with Civic Plus, Reston Association will receive a fully customized website design built with ease of use and member engagement in mind. Menu structures and graphic buttons will be tailored to assist members with easily navigating the website and accessing key information and services. And our predictive site search can help with accessing additional information within 2 clicks or less. Our advanced search filtering tools will also make it easy to find documents, forms, or other important information with no hassle or headaches. Members can easily find documents, forms, and other helpful information using this powerful site search tool. And rest assured, you'll have the ability to restrict access to sensitive, member-only information throughout the website. The Cascades Community Association and the Brambleton Association are 2 other great examples of communities that are harnessing the power of the Civic Plus platform to assist with member engagement. You can again see here how unique design elements highlight the items that are most important to their members, and they're taking advantage of built-in member engagement tools like this news carousel and community calendar. If we hop into the community calendar, you can see how easily members will be able to navigate different events by category and even save events to their own personal calendar using the iCal feeds. Associations nationwide love the proactive notification features that are included with the website platform. With the Civic Plus website, you'll be able to send email and/or text message notifications anytime new news, calendar events, or important alerts are posted to the website. Members are ultimately in control of the notifications they want to receive and will be able to know instantaneously when important updates are made to the association website. Engagement tools like these message boards will also allow members to interact with each other in online discussions about ideas for the community or facilitate other important discussions by cluster. And as with other content on the website, we can restrict these tools to ensure member-only access where needed. Now, this next example we're looking at is simply a demo site that we've added Reston Association branding to further highlight the customizable nature of the system. This is merely a conceptual representation of what a new website could look like. The actual design will be carefully tailored by the Reston Association team and our team of graphic designers, taking into account best practices for mobile responsiveness and accessibility compliance. Now, you'll notice right at the top of the screen an example of an important alert banner that can be launched on any page of the website to draw member attention to important information. And remember, alerts like this can be fully customized and also sent via email and/or text message to any members who have opted in to receive those alerts. Other features of the website include opinion polls like this and modern mobile-first fillable forms that will make it easy for members to submit information like this statement of candidacy from any device. Whether you're using a mouse or a touchscreen, see how easy it is to make selections, upload documents, and add a signature. Members will also be able to personalize their website experience through a dedicated member portal like this, where they can easily bookmark pages or links to key services, access fillable forms, and manage their notification preferences while logged in.
Thank you, Caitlin, and thank you for joining us, Reston Association. We look so forward to working with you. If you need anything, have any questions, would like to see more, please reach out to me, Dave May. Have a great day.
Hi, I'm Ed Abbott, Chairman of Reston Association's Election Committee. You may not realize it, but in the 60s, Virginia was a racially segregated state. Black and white children went to separate schools, and married mixed-race couples could legally be exiled. Now consider this. Bob Simon, a New Yorker, arrives here in 1963 and begins planning a multiracial, diverse community. Many thought this outsider was crazy. Thankfully, he persisted. Bob Simon's principles of diversity and community are at the heart of the Reston Association. Founded in 1964, the association and the board of directors have been instrumental in maintaining Simon's vision. The board and the association staff safeguard our green spaces, recreational facilities, and our quality of life. Today I'd like to stress the importance of running for the Reston Association Board. The board has played a crucial role in shaping our community. Its members have been stewards of Reston's values, advocating for green initiatives, recreation, and preserving our neighborhoods. Running for the board means actively contributing to our community's legacy. You have the power to influence decisions about maintenance, improvements, and budgets, making a tangible impact. Moreover, it's not just about preserving our heritage, but also about shaping the future. Reston is dynamic, facing new challenges like managing growth, addressing environmental concerns, and adapting to the demographic changes. By running for the board, you become a part of the solution, ensuring Reston's continued growth while staying true to its values. Running for the Reston Association Board is a noble responsibility, deeply rooted in our community's history and future. By serving on the board, you become a guardian of the Reston spirit, contributing to its growth and evolution. Your involvement ensures that Reston remains a beacon of inclusivity, innovation, and sustainability for generations to come. I encourage each of you to consider the vital responsibility for Reston's past, present, and future, which depend on individuals who care deeply about our community. For more information on the election process, please visit reston.org. Thank you.
Morning. The board has concluded for the time being its executive session, and I need first a motion to direct.
Cleansing motion.
No, I need a motion to extend the meeting till
Yes.
12:45. Hopefully we'll be done in 10 minutes or 15.
Move to extend the meeting to 12:45.
I have a second. Second by Director Johnson. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous of all those present and voting. Brittany? Next.
Move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature or involving personnel matters were discussed or considered by the board during the executive session.
Second, Director Johnson. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That is Director Dodd, you voting aye?
Yes.
Aye. All right, that's unanimous of all those present and voting. Ms. Copeland, Assistant Secretary Copeland. Motions.
Move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement to approve the contract with Civic Plus LLC for website services in the not-to-exceed amount of $180,000.
Second. Second by Director Johnson. Discussion. Please, God, no. Go ahead.
I'm going to be voting no on the motion because I think there are outstanding issues related to the cost that the board should, in its fiduciary role, consider before approving this contract.
Thank you, Director Check, for your privity. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Director Dodd.
I'm going to vote in favor of the motion because I feel the IT committee and Joe Kraus and Kara and others on staff have worked very hard to come up with the best solution that we can have at the present to resolve our problems with our website, and that this contract is the best way to move forward at this time. Thanks.
Any further discussion? All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That's Director Grywich, Director Flashman, Director Johnson, Director Petrine, and Director Dodd. Director Perry, did you vote aye or?
I did not.
Thank you. Are those opposed? Director Jussack, Director Mapar.
And Director Perry.
Director Perry, how are you abstaining?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Director Perry abstains. The motion, do I have 5?
521.
The motion carries. So the contract is awarded. Next.
That's it?
That's it. I have one other item, and then we're going to recess to the call of the chair, the call of the president. The other item that I wanted to give staff some direction on is the common area use request. And it's not to revisit any of the approvals we already gave for the Polar Dip or the approvals we already gave for the
Triathlon.
no, not for the triathlon, for the road race.
Reston Runners.
Reston Runners Road Race. We already made that in November. We're not revisiting those. But in the course of reviewing those two requests, it became obvious that we don't have a policy on when or which requests come to the board and which requests are acted on by the staff. For instance, if I want to use the Podium Barn for my daughter's birthday, that doesn't come to the board and shouldn't. I think everybody's in agreement on that. But I think also everybody's in agreement that something that takes our properties, our assets, our amenities away from the general use of the membership for 1, 2, 3, 5 days ought to be coming to the board as a general outline, and that has been our past practice. I think we need to have a straw man, that's all, a straw man developed and brought to the board to act on, because I think we ought to have clear direction to the staff as to what comes here, what doesn't come here, and if it comes here, what information the board wants. So I'd like a motion to direct staff to develop a straw man policy for common area use requests.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Director Dodd. You want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I agree with it, but I think that it's always good to have a policy and procedure on how things, and certainly in this case, how things are separated. I would entertain feedback from the board on when we would like staff to bring this back to us.
Is February okay?
I would say March. Like, I don't view this as a high priority for the board, but I do view it as something that should be considered and put into play. If
Well,
it can come up,
March is the last meeting of this board.
sure, there we go.
So, I mean, if it comes back and we don't act on it, it gets slopped over to the next board. So can we say, is February doable?
Probably. Let me just offer a thought. I mean, there are only 2 events that we have historically ever approved that are coming back to the board. We typically have 4 total, right? We've done 2.
And we've done 2.
Yeah,
So the
we have
2 more to come
right,
to us.
There are 2 more.
Right.
Those 2 are likely to come back to you before you're going to have some adopted change in criteria for approval. Right now, basically, when they come back to you, we look at impact mitigation. They agree as part of the application process where it gets to you that they're going to pay whatever fees, are necessary, and insurance and all that other stuff, right? That just by nature, I mean, it doesn't come to you unless that other stuff's committed to. So if the request is for us to look at other potential variables and create additional criteria, can certainly do that. But the rest of the things, it's not super ambiguous about, because for example, we have pools that are rented out to private. I mean, if you just look at our pool schedule, like 2 days a week, and that's been routinely, none of those things have ever come to the board because the resolution says common area. So
Correct.
is there a request to look at changing that kind of relationship and have more things come to the board?
No, I don't think so.
Just the criteria for things that come to the board.
We've been acting on past practice and habit without there being this is why we do, this is what comes here and this is what doesn't come here. And we've been bringing stuff to the board just because we always brought stuff to the board. Well, let's write it down. And what does the board want to see in order to make that call? And you and I have had a conversation what I feel like I need to see in order to make that call. Now, that's a conversation to have at the board, and not just the president saying that, right? Director Petrine.
As other board members have ideas or inputs, if they would forward them in a timely fashion to staff so we could so this is not a staff-directed policy where I would say, we could, I think that's the only way to really operate this thing, is let us know what.
Yeah, I can shoot you a draft of a policy tomorrow.
Can we do that, but can we do that and have it back here in February? And can I ask the board members to have their comments to our CEO by the January meeting? That will give you then a month to coordinate those comments.
So we're taking all comments from board members and putting them into a document to then decide on which. Can we just write down what the current usage is and how we go about doing that? And from there, we can see if we need to add anything? Or just write that down on paper, like whatever we do.
We have an application. It just hasn't been set up as a policy.
Right.
Am I right?
Yep. It's just documenting. It's
documenting what we're doing. And if there's certain things that we aren't doing that we ought to be doing, or certain information that we're not getting that some of us think we ought to get, that's what I would ask you all to pass on to the CEO before the January meeting. So the motion is to ask the staff to develop a policy and come back with a straw man policy at the February meeting. Right?
So moved.
Reaffirmed.
That's already, the motion's already been made.
Reaffirmed.
Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
That's Director Mapar, Director Petrine, Director Flashman, Director Dodd. Opposed?
And Director Perry.
And Director Perry, thank you. Opposed? Director Glavich, Director Johnson. Any abstentions? Hearing and seeing none, the motion passes. With that, I need a motion to recess until the further call of the president. Recess tonight's meeting until the further call of the president.
So moved, but my mic died.
So moved. My mic didn't die yet.
It's seconded.
All right, debate. Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Director Dodd?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in favor.
Okay, Director Perry?
Aye.
Okay. That is unanimous of all those present and voting. We are in recess. Thank you all very much. I apologize for the lateness of the hour and understand that many of us have an early morning.
Good night.
Night.